Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The night 3 moons claimed Moria's sky was the night the world began to unravel. Kyle Ironheart stood before his forge in the village of Embark, hammer suspended mid-strike as the impossible light filtered through his window. Around him, metal cooled and shadows danced in hues never before seen in the mortal realm, silver touched with lavender, azure rimmed with gold, and crimson deep as ancient blood. Outside, villagers poured into the streets, their faces illuminated by the celestial spectacle that had not graced Moria in 5 millennia. 3 moons, Lumina the Silver Maiden, Azurath the Sapphire Guardian, and Crimson Malachi, hung in perfect alignment, their combined radiance casting shadows that pointed toward the distant silhouettes of monuments few living eyes had truly beheld. The Pillars of Azurath. "Just the triad convergence," whispered Elder Valorian, his withered hand trembling as he traced ancient symbols in the air. "The barriers thin, the gods stir." Kyle set down his hammer and stepped outside, drawn by a compulsion he couldn't name. The heat of the forge had left his skin slick with sweat, the soot of honest labor marking his strong features. At 20 summers, he had already earned respect as Emberfall's most skilled blacksmith, though his heart had always yearned for adventure beyond the anvil, to forge not tools, but legends. As he gazed skyward, a searing pain bloomed across his left palm. He hissed, clutching his hand to find a pattern emerging on his skin, lines of molten gold tracing themselves into a complex sigil that resembled an ornate key surrounded by 3 interlocking circles. "To the mark of the Fate Forgers," came a voice from the shadows, low and resonant with power. Kyle whirled to find a figure where none had stood moments before, a man tall and lean, with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair white as mountain snow, despite features unmarked by age. He wore robes of midnight blue, adorned with silver runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. "Who are you?" Kyle demanded, instinctively stepping back. The stranger smiled, though no warmth reached his eyes. "I am Orin Shadowweaver, once Archmage of the 7th Circle, now branded heretic and madman by those who fear truths they cannot control." He gestured toward Kale's marked palm. "And you, young smith, are the last descendant of those who built the only barriers keeping Moria from divine annihilation." Before Kale could respond, a thunderous crack split the night. The ground shuddered beneath their feet as a fissure opened in the village square, golden light spilling from its depths. From within emerged a creature of impossible beauty and terror, a being nearly 7 feet tall with skin like polished bronze, 6 arms each wielding a different weapon and eyes that contained galaxies. "The Hexarch of Battle," Orin murmured, raising his staff as arcane energy crackled between his fingertips. "Oh, the barriers weaken faster than I feared." Villagers scattered in panic as the divine warrior surveyed its surroundings with cold disdain. When its star-filled gaze fell upon Kyle, specifically upon his marked palm, it released a sound like 1,000 trumpets and charged. Orin thrust his staff forward, unleashing a torrent of blue flames that engulfed the Hexarch. The divine being faltered momentarily, its bronze skin blackening where the magical fire touched, but then pushed through the spell with terrifying determination. "Run, Fate Forger," Orin commanded. "I cannot hold it long." Kyle hesitated only a heartbeat before instinct took over. He sprinted toward his forge, the Hexarch's footsteps thundering behind him. Inside, he seized the only weapon at hand, an unfinished sword, its edge not yet honed, its balance imperfect, yet when his marked palm closed around the hilt, the blade ignited with golden light, the metal reshaping itself beneath his grip into a perfect extension of his arm. He turned just as the Hexarch burst through the doorway, ducking beneath two of its blades and driving his own sword upward with a blacksmith's precision. The glowing metal pierced the divine being's chest, and instead of blood, light poured from the wound. Light that was drawn into the sword as if consumed by eternal hunger. The Hexarch crumbled to glittering dust, leaving Kale standing breathless in his demolished forge, clutching a blade that now bore intricate runes along its length, runes identical to those on the Pillars of Azurath. Orin appeared in the doorway, his expression a mixture of awe and grim satisfaction. "Now do you believe me?" "The pillars were forged at the dawn of time," Orin explained as they rode swiftly away from Emberfall, the village growing small behind them under the ominous light of the three moons. When gods and mortals fought their great war, neither side emerging victorious. Kyle adjusted his grip on the reins, the mark of the Fate Forgers pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The sword from his forge, now called Godsbane by Orin, hung at his hip, its weight both unfamiliar and somehow comforting. The Fate Forgers were neither mortal nor divine, but something in between, the mage continued. "Dee, master craftsmen who understood that complete separation between realms would damage the fabric of existence, yet unfettered intermingling would lead to chaos. They created the pillars as filters, not walls, allowing divine inspiration and mortal devotion to flow between worlds while preventing direct interference. They crested a hill, and spread before them lay the vast expanse of the Whispering Plains, tall grasses rippling like water under the triple moonlight. In the far distance, the first of the pillars rose like a spear thrust into the heart of the sky, a monolith of obsidian and opal that seemed to both absorb and emit light simultaneously. The Pillar of Whispers, Orin named it, guardian of secrets and keeper of vows. The closest and with fortune's favor, the least damaged. "And we must restore all three before the god of discord breaks free?" Kyle asked, the reality of their mission settling like cold iron in his stomach. Orin's face darkened. Caravos the Discordant was the only deity the pillars were specifically designed to imprison. The others merely had their influence limited. Should he escape? The mage let the implication hang in the air between them. "Why me?" Kyle finally asked the question that had burned in his mind since fleeing his village. "Why did this mark appear on my hand? I'm a blacksmith, not a hero." "The blood of the Fate Forgers runs thin in the modern world," Orin replied. "Most descendants have been eliminated over the centuries. Your lineage survived by hiding in plain sight, generation after generation of smiths and crafters, the knowledge of your heritage lost, but the power dormant in your blood." A shadow crossed Orin's features. "The Arcane Order has ensured that the Forger's legacy remains forgotten. They prefer to be the sole arbiters of magical knowledge in Moria." As they rode, Kyle noticed strange distortions in the air, places where reality seemed to ripple like cloth in the wind. Through these disturbances, he glimpsed landscapes not of Moria, crystal forests where light refracted into impossible colors, cities built from thought and emotion, oceans that flowed upward into skies of liquid gold. "The divine realms bleed through," Orin observed grimly, and not all that crosses over will be as straightforward to defeat as the Hexarch. The Pillar of Whispers loomed before them, its surface a canvas of shifting symbols and half-formed faces that emerged from the stone, only to dissolve moments later. At its base lay the remains of an ancient temple, columns of white marble cracked and fallen like the bones of some great beast. "The Order should have maintained this place," Orin said, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. "Instead, they hoard power in their ivory towers while the foundations of reality crumble." Kyle approached the pillar cautiously, drawn by an inexplicable familiarity. When he placed his marked palm against the obsidian surface, the stone thrummed beneath his touch, and knowledge flooded his mind, knowledge not taught but remembered, as if awakened from the deepest slumber. "I know what to do," he whispered, surprised by his own certainty. From his pack, he withdrew simple tools, a hammer not unlike the one he used at his forge, a chisel of curious design that Orin had insisted they bring, and fragments of special metals they had collected on their journey. With practiced hands now guided by ancestral memory, Cale began to work the stone and metal, repairing intricate mechanisms hidden within the pillar's structure. As he worked, Orin maintained a vigilant watch, his staff crackling with contained power. "We are not alone," the mage warned. "The Order has eyes everywhere, and they will not allow the pillars to be restored without resistance." "Why would they oppose us?" Kyle asked, his hands never pausing in their intricate labor. "Surely they don't want the god of discord freed." Orin's laugh was bitter as winter wind. "The Grand Master Valdorian believes he can harness the chaos of divine incursion to ascend beyond mortality. He orchestrated the weakening of the pillars centuries ago, patient as only the truly power-mad can be." A memory stirred in Cale's mind, flames consuming thatched roofs, screams piercing the night, armored figures with staffs of power cutting down any who resisted. "Emberfall wasn't my first home," he realized aloud, the forgotten past suddenly clear. 10 years ago, a village called Azurholm. It was destroyed by the Order's Inquisitors, Orin finished, hunting the last known bloodline of Fate Forgers. Your parents smuggled you away before sacrificing themselves to mislead your pursuers. Rage kindled in Cale's chest, but his hands remained steady, guided by something beyond his conscious mind. The final piece slid into place with a resonant click, and the pillar pulsed with renewed energy. The distortions in the surrounding air stabilized, the whispers of other realms receding to a distant murmur. "One restored," Orin said. "Two remain." A slow clapping echoed across the temple ruins. From behind a fallen column stepped a figure resplendent in robes of white and gold, a circlet of platinum upon his brow. 6 acolytes flanked him, their faces hidden behind masks of polished silver. "Impressive work," said Grandmaster Valdorian, his voice smooth as expensive silk, though ultimately futile. Orin stepped forward, positioning himself between Kyle and the newcomers. "Your ambition will destroy us all, Valdorian." The Grandmaster smiled indulgently. "Control, dear Orin, is the difference between destruction and ascension. Why merely maintain barriers when we can command what lies beyond them?" He turned his gaze to Cale. "Your bloodline has served its purpose, last of the forgers. The pillars are weakened enough that even your repairs merely delay the inevitable." Behind Valdorian, the air split open like a wound, and through it stepped a being of such chaotic beauty that looking upon it caused pain. It had no fixed form, shifting between aspects of beauty and horror, its voice, when it spoke, reverberating from everywhere at once. "The mortal who would be a god calls me forth," it said, each word causing flowers to bloom and wither at Valdorian's feet, yet understands not what godhood means. "Caravos," Orin breathed, raising his staff defensively. The god of discord inclined its ever-changing head, a fragment only, the merest whisper of my true self, but enough. With a gesture of casual contempt, it swept the acolytes aside, their bodies crumbling into butterflies that burst into flame mid-flight. Valdorian alone remained standing, his expression shifting from triumph to uncertainty. "We had an agreement," the Grand Master protested. "Power shared. Gods do not share," Karavos interrupted, amusement in its terrible voice. "Gods consume." As the deity reached for Valdorian, Kyle acted on instinct. He drew God's Bane, the sword blazing with the same energy that now pulsed within the restored pillar. He charged forward, blade leading. "Kyle, no!" Orin shouted. But instead of striking Karavos, Kyle drove his sword into the ground at the exact center of the temple ruins. The earth shuddered, and from the point of impact, lines of golden light spread outward in a complex pattern, a massive version of the mark on his palm. Clever mortal. Karavos acknowledged, its form beginning to unravel as the pattern beneath it glowed brighter. The blood remembers, even when the mind forgets. The fragment of the god dispersed like smoke in strong wind, drawn back through the rift which sealed itself with a sound like thunder. Valdorian remained, his power diminished without his divine patron, facing a fate forger and a renegade mage with nothing but his fading arrogance. "This isn't over," the Grandmaster warned, though fear had replaced the confidence in his eyes. "The other pillars will be restored," Kyle finished, retrieving his sword from the ground. The blade hummed with satisfaction, as if it had fulfilled a purpose long denied. "Lil, and then you and the Order will answer for Azurholm, and for every other crime committed in your pursuit of power." As the three moons continued their vigilant watch over Moria, Kyle turned to face the distant silhouette of the second pillar, the mark of his heritage glowing like a beacon against the night. The legacy of the Fate Forgers lived again, and with it, the true balance between mortal and divine would be restored, not as separate realms divided by barriers, but as complementary forces in a cosmos vast enough to accommodate both gods and those who forged their own destinies. Story 2. The night the 7 stars fell from the heavens above Moria was remembered as the night of celestial tears. The skies wept light that scattered across the realm, from the crystalline spires of Azure Mount to the whispering meadows of the Dream Vale. 7 stars, 7 births, 7 destinies woven together in the tapestry of fate. In the coastal village of Tidehaven, where the azure waters of the Evermere kissed the white shores, a child was born with a luminous crescent mark upon her brow. They named her Ilara, daughter of the lighthouse keeper. As she grew, the mark would pulse with silver light when she dreamed, and the fishermen claimed the tides themselves bent to her will. 18 winters had passed since that fateful night. Ilara stood atop the lighthouse, her fingers grazing the mark on her forehead as she gazed across the vast expanse of water that stretched toward the horizon. The dreams had grown more intense with each passing moon, dreams of her 6 siblings scattered across Moria, dreams of shadows creeping ever closer to them. "They're gone," she whispered to the wind. Kaelin of the northern woods, taken 3 moons past. Lysander from the floating citadel, vanished during the autumn equinox. Nymera of the crystal caves. Orion from the desert of whispers. All of them gone. Only Valoria of the Ember Plains remained besides herself, but the dreams showed her time was short. Something or someone was hunting them. A figure cloaked in midnight blue, with eyes like distant galaxies, who called himself the Collector. "Miss Ilara," a voice called from below, breaking her reverie. "There's someone here asking for you." At the base of the lighthouse waited a man unlike any she had seen in Tidehaven. Tall and gaunt, with hair white as moonlight, though his face bore no wrinkles. In his hands he carried an instrument of strange design, a harp made of what appeared to be petrified wood and strings that gleamed like filaments of starlight. "Ilara Starchild," he said, though she had never used such a name. "I am Darian Evenstar, keeper of forgotten melodies." "You're blind," she observed, noting his clouded eyes. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "To the physical world, perhaps, but through music I see the threads of destiny more clearly than any seer." His fingers danced across the harp strings, producing notes that seemed to shimmer in the air. "And yours, Starchild, is entwined with a song older than Moria itself." That night, as they sat by the hearth in her small cottage, Darian explained what Ilara had already begun to suspect. The 7 children born beneath falling stars were being hunted. "The Collector is no mere mortal," Darian said, his voice low as if afraid the very walls might carry his words to unwanted ears. "He rules the Shadow Realm, a dimension that exists parallel to our own. For millennia, he has coveted the power of the celestial realm, but the barriers between worlds have proven too strong, until now." "What does he want with us?" Ilara asked, though a part of her already knew. "Your essence, the celestial power within each of you, when combined, forms a key." Darian's fingers absently plucked a haunting melody. "A key to open what should remain closed." That night, Ilara's dreams were more vivid than ever before. She saw Valoria, her fiery hair a beacon in the darkness of the Ember Plains, surrounded by shadowy figures. She felt her sister's fear, heard her desperate call across the veil of slumber. When dawn broke, Ilara had already packed her meager belongings. "The Ember Plains lie 5 days' journey to the east," she told Darian, as he waited outside her door, as if he had known her decision before she made it. "We must reach Valoria before he does." Their journey took them through the heart of Moria. They traversed the whispering woods, where trees communicated through rustling leaves and creaking branches. They crossed the mirror lakes, whose still waters reflected not just the world above, but glimpses of possible futures. On the 3rd night, as they camped beneath a canopy of stars that seemed to watch them with ancient eyes, Darian shared a truth that chilled Ilara to her core. "The 7 of you are not merely blessed by the stars," he said, his harp singing softly beneath his words. "You are the stars, or rather, the divine beings who once inhabited them, ancient celestial deities who ruled Moria in an age long forgotten." Ilara scoffed, though uncertainty gnawed at her. "I'm a lighthouse keeper's daughter, not a goddess." "Your mortal forms are vessels," Darian continued, unperturbed. After the Great Celestial War, when the balance of the cosmos hung by a thread, the 7 Star Lords chose to incarnate as mortals. Their divine essence scattered, their memories lost. It was both punishment and protection, a chance for redemption. "If what you say is true," Ilara said, watching the campfires dance, "then reuniting us would restore these divine powers." "Yes," Darian nodded solemnly. "And that is precisely what the Collector intends." The Ember Plains stretched before them like a sea of rust and gold, where the earth itself seemed to smolder beneath their feet. They found Valoria at the Heartsfire Temple, an ancient structure of obsidian and ruby that rose from the plains like a dark flame. She was not alone. "Sister," Valoria greeted Ilara, her eyes bright as embers, flickering with recognition despite never having met. The mark on her shoulder, shaped like a spiraling flame, pulsed in rhythm with Ilara's crescent. "You've come just as the dreams foretold." Beside her stood a figure that caused Darian to clutch his harp with white-knuckled tension, a man clothed in midnight blue, with skin like polished ebony and eyes that contained swirling galaxies. "The Collector," Darian whispered. "And I prefer Asteron, Lord of the In-Between," the figure said, his voice resonating like the harmonious hum of crystal spheres. "And I have not come as an enemy." "You've taken our siblings," Ilara accused, feeling an unfamiliar power surge within her, the tides of her blood rising with her anger. "I have gathered them," Asteron corrected, as he protected them from those who would destroy them, and this world in the process. From the shadows of the temple emerged another figure, a woman with skin of bronzed gold and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. "Ilara, child of my essence, you must listen." "Nymera," Ilara gasped, recognizing her sister from her dreams, though the woman before her seemed somehow greater, more luminous than the figure in her visions. "The Star Council has awakened," Nymera said, gesturing behind her as 4 more figures emerged from the temple's depths. "Our divine memories return, though our mortal vessels remain." One by one, Ilara's stellar siblings revealed themselves. Kalin with his crown of silver leaves, Lysander bearing a sword of crystalline light, Orion with eyes that shifted like desert sands, and Cyrus, the youngest, whose laughter caused flowers to bloom at his feet. "What Darian has told you is true, but incomplete," Asteron said. "So the 7 of you were indeed once deities who ruled Moria, but your incarnation was not merely punishment, it was necessity." "The veil between realms grows thin," Nymera explained, taking Ilara's hands in hers. "The celestial realm and the mortal world are not meant to exist separately. Once they were one, before fear and pride divided them. The cosmic balance requires restoration," Asteron continued. "Not through conquest, as I once believed, but through harmony, through the reunification of divine and mortal that you 7 embody." Darian's harp suddenly emitted a discordant note. "You cannot trust him," the bard warned. "The Collector has sought the power of the 7 stars for eons, as have you." "Darian Evenstar," Asteron countered. "Or should I call you by your true name, Nocturian, herald of the dark constellation?" The revelation hung in the air like a suspended note. Darian's clouded eyes suddenly cleared, revealing irises black as the void, punctuated by pinpricks of cold light. "The celestial realm rejected me," Darian, Nocturian, spat, his form shifting, growing taller, darker. "Cast me out when I dared suggest that mortals deserved more than distant benevolence from their gods." Understanding dawned on Ilara like the slow rise of a cold moon. "You sought to use us, to force open the gates of the celestial realm and lead an invasion." "I sought justice," Nocturian's voice boomed, his harp transforming into a staff of twisted darkness. "Mortals were meant to be more than playthings for distant deities." Ilara felt the mark on her brow burn with silver fire as ancient memories cascaded through her consciousness. Memories of stars and song, of a realm of pure light and harmony, of the schism that had torn the cosmos asunder. "There is truth in his words," she admitted, facing her siblings. "We were distant, cold. We observed without participating in the wonder and suffering of mortal existence, until we became mortal ourselves," Valoria added, her eyes reflecting the flames that danced around them, "and learned what it means to love, to fear, to hope. The restoration must come from understanding, not conquest," Kalin said, the silver leaves in his hair rustling with an unfelt breeze. "Not by forcing open the gates, but by becoming the bridge." As Nocturian howled with rage, raising his staff to strike, Ilara felt the power of the tides, her domain in that forgotten age, surge within her mortal form. Her 6 siblings moved to stand beside her, each radiating with elemental power: fire, earth, air, light, shadow, and time itself. Together, she whispered, and their 7 voices joined in a harmony that had not been heard in Moria for millennia, the song of the fallen stars. The temple around them dissolved into motes of light as the song reshaped reality itself. Where the barriers between realms had hardened into impenetrable walls, now bridges of starlight formed, not erasing the boundaries but making them permeable, allowing the divine and mortal to touch once more. Nocturion's form dissipated like smoke before a gentle breeze. His essence returned to the stars from whence it came, not destroyed but transformed, as all energy must be. As the song faded, Ilara found herself standing on the shores of Tidehaven once more, the familiar lighthouse rising behind her. Yet everything was subtly different, more vivid, more alive. The water at her feet sparkled with celestial light, and the air hummed with harmonies previously unheard. Her 6 siblings stood with her, their mortal forms unchanged, save for the luminous marks that now shone with gentle, constant light. "What happens now?" she asked, looking to Asteron, who stood among them not as a collector or conqueror, but as a guardian of the threshold between worlds. "And now," he replied, gazing upward at the 7 stars that once again graced Moria's night sky, "we remember what it means to be both mortal and divine, and we teach others to hear the song that has always been there, waiting to be remembered." And across Moria, from the crystalline spires of Azure Mount to the whispering meadows of the Dream Vale, mortals looked up at the stars and, for the first time in millennia, heard their music and answered with songs of their own. Story 3. Blue flames danced atop the ancient watchtowers of Moria, their ethereal light cutting through the perpetual mist that shrouded the northern coast. The sea of ice stretched before them, a vast, crystalline expanse that collided with the jagged teeth of the frost-spine mountains in a spectacle of nature's grandeur and fury. For generations, the towers had stood as silent sentinels, their hearths cold and empty, until tonight, Isolde Ravenheart stood on the cliffs overlooking the turbulent waters, her breath forming clouds in the bitter air. The wind whipped her raven hair around her face as she gripped the hilt of the blade strapped to her back. Drakefang, the ancestral sword of the Ravenhearts, forged from the scales of dragons, long since hunted to near extinction by her family. "The flames haven't burned in 3 generations, came a voice behind her, weathered and grim as the landscape. Elder Thorn, his face a map of wrinkles beneath his frost-kissed beard, leaned heavily on his gnarled staff. "You know what they herald, child. Mordrith returns," Isolde whispered, the name itself seeming to drop the temperature further. "The primordial dragon awakens." Tales of Mordrith had been her lullabies, not fairy stories, but warnings. The great dragon whose wrath had nearly consumed Moria centuries ago, whose fire had turned cities to ash, and whose wings had blotted out the sun for a fortnight. The beast her ancestors had driven back beyond the veiled realms at terrible cost. "The Council of Mages gathers in Crystalis," Elder Thorn said. "They summon all dragon hunters to the capital." Isolde's jaw tightened. The Council, those who commanded the elements yet feared what they could not control, those who had proclaimed her kind heroes while using them as weapons. "Tell them I hunt alone," she replied, turning to leave. A sudden tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Far out over the sea of ice, a fissure appeared, spreading like a wound across the frozen expanse. From within, the ruptured ice rose a column of steam that twisted skyward, forming clouds that writhed and churned unnaturally. "The veil tears," Elder Thorn gasped, falling to his knees. Before Isolde could respond, a shadow passed overhead, massive, swift and silent despite its size. She caught only a glimpse. Scales that shimmered with iridescent blue, a wingspan that seemed to stretch from horizon to horizon, and eyes, ancient eyes that gleamed with intelligence and terror. Mordrath had indeed returned to Moria. 3 days later, Isolde tracked the dragon through the Whisperwild forest, where ancient trees with trunks wider than village cottages reached toward the heavens. Here, far from the prying eyes of the council, she moved like a ghost between shadows, following a trail of scorched earth and crystalline scales that glittered like sapphires in the dappled light. The stories had not prepared her for Mordrath's magnitude. The destruction left in the dragon's wake spoke of power beyond comprehension, yet something puzzled her: the pattern of movement. The dragon was not rampaging or hunting, it was fleeing. As twilight descended upon the forest, Isolde made camp beneath the sprawling roots of a grandfather oak. She unsheathed Drakefang, its blade catching the last rays of sunlight. The runes etched along its length, ancient draconic script her family had never bothered to translate, seemed to pulse with inner light. "The Ravenhearts never understood what they carried," came a voice from the darkness. Isolde was on her feet in an instant, blade leveled at the stranger who had somehow approached without triggering her senses. He stood tall and lean, clad in armor unlike any she had seen, plates that seemed forged from midnight itself, inlaid with silver that formed constellations across his breastplate. His eyes, amber and slitted like a cat's, regarded her with ancient patience. "Who are you?" she demanded. "I am Kalos, the last of the Dragon Knights." He bowed slightly, his movements fluid and precise. "And you, Isolde Ravenheart, are not what your ancestors intended you to be." "Dragon Knights are legends," she scoffed, though her grip on Drakefang did not waver. "Fairy tales told to children, as dragons were meant to become," he replied, his gaze falling to her sword. "May I?" Before she could refuse, he reached out, not to take the blade, but to trace the air above the runes with a reverent finger. "Draca Sil Fen Ethor, Valha Morian Vex," he translated. "Dragon blood preserves when darkness threatens all." Isolde felt the words resonate within her, as if awakening something long dormant. "What does that mean?" Kalos's expression darkened. "It means Mordrath is not the enemy your people have painted him to be. He is a guardian, one of the last, and he returns not to destroy Moria, but to save it." The caves of time lay hidden beneath the roots of the Frostspine Mountains, their entrance a wound in the earth that breathed warm air into the frigid surroundings. Here, Kalos had told her, the truth of Moria's origins was preserved in crystal walls that remembered what mortal minds had been forced to forget. They traversed passages that spiraled ever downward, illuminated by crystals that pulsed with soft, multicolored light. The deeper they ventured, the warmer it became, until Isolde shed her fur-lined cloak and felt perspiration bead upon her brow. "The heart of the mountain," Kalos explained, "is the heart of a dragon." The passage opened suddenly into a vast chamber that stole Isolde's breath. Towering crystal columns stretched from floor to ceiling, each one alive with shifting images, memories preserved in mineral form. At the center of the chamber lay a pool of liquid that glowed with an internal azure radiance, casting rippling patterns of light across the crystalline walls. "Dragon blood," Kalos whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "The lifeblood of Mordrath's kin, preserved for millennia." Isolde approached the pool, drawn by its hypnotic glow. Within its depths, she saw reflections not of the chamber around them, but of cities with spires that touched the clouds, of beings that walked between worlds, and of dragons, hundreds of them, soaring through skies untouched by time. Moria was not always as it is now," Kalos said, joining her at the pool's edge. Once it was the realm of dragon-kind, where the barriers between worlds were thin and magic flowed as freely as water. The first humans were not conquerors, but guests, welcomed by the dragons who taught them the secrets of the elements. The liquid in the pool shifted, showing images of humans and dragons living in harmony, of shared knowledge and prosperity. What happened? Isolde asked, though part of her already knew the answer. Fear, greed, the eternal plagues of mortal hearts. Kalus's voice carried no judgment, only sorrow. A faction of mages, fearful of the dragon's power and covetous of their knowledge, led a rebellion. They could not defeat the dragons in open combat, so they created a weapon, a spell that would sever the connection between the mortal realm and the source of all magic. The pool darkened, images of conflict and betrayal rippling across its surface. Isolde watched as mages gathered in a circle, channeling a spell that tore a wound in the very fabric of reality. They did not understand that dragons were the connection, Kalus continued. That by severing it, they wounded every dragon in existence. Most perished. Mordreth and a few others retreated beyond the veil to heal and to guard against what might come through the wound they had created. And what comes through now? Isolde asked, her voice barely a whisper. The pool's surface shuddered, then showed a darkness that seemed to consume light itself, a void that moved with purpose and hunger. The Void Eternal, Kalos named it. A consciousness from beyond reality, drawn to magic as moths to flame. For centuries, Mordreth and the remaining guardians have fought to keep it at bay, but they grow weary, and the void grows stronger. Isolde's mind reeled with revelations that shattered everything she'd been raised to believe. Why have you brought me here? What can one dragon hunter do against such a threat? Kalos turned to her, his eyes reflecting the blue light of the pool. You are more than a hunter, Isolde. The runes on your blade speak the truth. Dragon blood preserves. When the mages cast their spell, they did not realize that humans and dragons had already become connected through centuries of coexistence. Every human in Moria carries a spark of dragon magic in their blood, passed down through generations. The Council of Mages, Isolde realized with growing horror. They've known this all along and have systematically suppressed it, Kalos confirmed. Through rituals disguised as blessings, through water tainted with herbs that dampen magical potential, through hunting those dragons who might awaken the truth within humanity. They fear losing their monopoly on power. Isolde felt rage kindle within her chest, a fire that seemed to warm her blood. What must I do? Kalos gestured to the pool of dragon blood. Awaken what sleeps within you. Become what you were always meant to be, not a hunter of dragons, but their kin. Only one with both human heart and dragon power can mend the veil and push back the void. Isolde looked at Drakefang in her hand, at the runes that now glowed within a fire. She thought of her ancestors, of the pride she had once felt in their legacy. How many dragons had died by their hands? How many guardians had been lost because of fear disguised as heroism? With a decisive movement, she plunged the blade into the pool of dragon blood. The liquid surged upward, enveloping the sword and her arm, crawling over her skin like living fire. It did not burn but sang, a melody of awakening, of remembrance, of power long suppressed. As the blood absorbed into her skin, Isolde gasped at the rush of memories not her own, of soaring above clouds, of breathing fire hot enough to melt stone, of wisdom accumulated over millennia. Her vision sharpened, colors becoming more vivid, and she felt the pulse of magic in everything around her, in the crystals, in Kalos, in the very air she breathed. When the transformation subsided, she raised her hand to find it unchanged in appearance, yet fundamentally different. Beneath her skin, blue fire coursed through her veins, visible when she flexed her fingers. "The council will sense this awakening," Kalos warned. "They will come for you as they came for others before who discovered the truth." Isolde met his gaze, her own eyes now reflecting the same draconic qualities as his. "Let them come. It's time for Moria to remember what it has forgotten." Above them, through miles of stone and earth, they felt rather than heard Mordred's roar, a challenge to the void, a call to arms, a herald of awakening. And deep within the cities and villages of Moria, thousands felt something stir within their blood in response. A heritage denied, a birthright suppressed, a power waiting to be reclaimed. The age of forgotten dragons was ending. The time of remembrance had begun. Story 4. The silver mists parted like ghostly curtains in the dawn light, revealing what should not exist. There, suspended between two jagged peaks of the ethereal mountains, floated the lost city of Mistral, its alabaster towers and crystalline spires catching the first rays of sunrise after 7 centuries of absence. Villagers in the valley below fell to their knees in wonder and terror, for the ancient texts were clear. When Mistral returns, so too comes the end of days. In the humble village of Whisper Hollow, nestled in the shadow of the mountains, a young shepherd named Elian Mistwalker jolted awake from dreams filled with whispering voices and impossible visions. For the 3rd night, he had seen the ethereal figure of a crowned man pointing toward the peaks, beckoning him with ancient words that clung to his mind like cobwebs. "The veil thins, heir of my blood, the key awaits." Elian's weathered hands trembled as he stepped outside his stone cottage. The morning fog swirled unnaturally around his ankles, caressing him like a faithful hound. His gaze lifted to where the mountains pierced the heavens, and his breath caught in his throat. There it was, no longer a tale told by elders around winter fires, but a reality defying the natural order of things. Mistral, the floating city, had returned. "You see it too, then," came a voice like rustling leaves. Elian spun to find a woman perched upon his fence, her copper hair aflame in the morning light. A bough of twisted heartwood hung across her back, and her amber eyes reflected the light in ways that were decidedly inhuman. "Who are you?" Elian demanded, though something deep within his soul seemed to recognize her. "I am Lyra," she said, sliding gracefully to the ground. "I track the shifting patterns of fate, and yours, Elian Mistwalker, has just become the brightest thread in the tapestry." Her form shimmered momentarily, and where a woman had stood, a red fox now sat, its intelligent eyes unchanged. Another shimmer, and Lyra returned. "The old king sent me to find you." "Old king," Elian whispered, the words from his dreams suddenly gaining weight. "Oberon, last sovereign of Mistral," Lyra confirmed. "He has walked the dream paths for centuries, waiting for the city's return, waiting for you." That night, as Elian reluctantly prepared for a journey he did not understand, the air in his cottage thickened and cooled. Candles flickered as a presence filled the room, a translucent figure wearing a crown of twisted silver and oak leaves. "And at last, we meet beyond the veil of dreams," the spectre said, his voice resonating with the authority of mountains and the patience of centuries. "I am Oberon, your ancestor, and time grows short." The Ghost King extended his hand, revealing a small crystal key that glowed with internal blue fire. "This key opens more than doors, young heir. It unlocks your birthright and the salvation of our realm." As Elian reached for it, the key dissolved into motes of light that sank into his palm, burning a luminous sigil into his flesh. Elian gasped as memories not his own flooded his mind. Glimpses of Mistral's glory, of a royal family in hiding, of his mother's desperate flight from those who would end the bloodline. The Lord of Nightmares stirs, Oberon warned, his form already fading. Seek the Guardian at the crossroads. Hurry! Dawn found Elian and Lyra on the mountain path, following an ancient trail long forgotten by common folk. At midday, they reached a peculiar crossroads marked by standing stones covered in glyphs that shifted and changed when viewed directly. "This is where we wait," Lyra said, running her fingers over the symbols. "For what?" Elian asked, but his question was answered by the ground itself. The earth trembled and split as massive stone hands pushed upward, followed by a torso and head carved from mountain granite. Standing twice the height of a man, the golem observed them with hollow eyes that gradually filled with a soft blue glow, the same light that emanated from Elian's marked palm. 777 years have I slumbered," the stone giant rumbled, his voice like an avalanche in slow motion. "You bear the key, young one. You are of the blood." He knelt, offering a fist the size of a shield in fealty. "I am Grim, last guardian of the threshold." As they journeyed higher into the peaks, Elian learned fragments of his hidden heritage. Lyra spoke of the royal line of Mistral, keepers of the dimensional seal. Grim, whose memory returned in pieces with each step toward the floating city, told tales of a time when reality tore open, allowing nightmarish entities passage into their world. Chief among them was Morpheus, Grim explained, as they made camp beneath a weeping willow with leaves of silver. "The Lord of Nightmares, who feeds on fear and twists dreams into madness. The first king, your ancestor, used ancient magic to create Mistral as a prison," Lyra added, her eyes reflecting the campfire. "The city exists simultaneously in multiple realms, holding the rift closed at its center. But such magic requires renewal," Grim continued solemnly. "Every 777 years, the veil weakens, and Mistral returns to our realm, seeking one of royal blood to renew the seal." "And if no one renews it?" Elian asked, though he feared he knew the answer. "Then the rift opens fully," Lyra whispered, "and Morpheus walks free." On the seventh day, they reached the impossible, a stairway of mist that solidified beneath their feet, leading upward to the floating city. Mistral's architecture defied earthly design, with buildings that spiraled and twisted, constructed from materials that shimmered between translucence and opacity. Silent citizens watched their passage with ancient eyes, bowing to Elian as the sigil on his palm pulsed in time with the city's heartbeat. In the central plaza, a tower of pure crystal rose higher than all others, pulsing with energy that rippled outward in concentric circles. "Of the spire of containment," Grim explained. "Within lies the great library, and beneath it, the seal." As they approached the tower doors, shadows deepened unnaturally around them. Lyra knocked an arrow to her bow, her eyes scanning the darkness. "He's here," she hissed. "Morpheus sends his servants." From the shadows emerged twisted figures, once human, now corrupted by nightmare essence. Their eyes leaked black ichor, and their fingers elongated into razor claws. "The heir returns," they hissed in unison. "Master Morpheus awaits." What followed was chaos. Lyra shifted between human and beast forms, now a snarling wolf tearing through shadow flesh, now an eagle striking from above with arrows that trailed silver fire. Grim became a wall of living stone, protecting Elian as they fought their way to the tower doors. Inside, they descended spiral staircases that seemed to bend reality itself, eventually reaching the great library, a vast chamber where books floated without shelves, their pages turning of their own accord, and ghostly scholars studied texts written in languages dead for millennia. "There," Grim pointed to a circular mosaic on the floor depicting the cosmos in precious stones. "The entrance to the catacombs." As the mosaic slid aside, revealing dark stairs descending further, a cold laugh echoed through the library. The shadows between bookshelves coalesced into a figure both beautiful and terrible. A man in flowing robes of midnight, his face a perfect mask, betrayed only by eyes of swirling void. The last Mistwalker, Morpheus purred, his voice like silk over broken glass. How I've longed to meet you." "Morpheus," Grim growled, stepping between them. "Ah, my old jailer." The Nightmare Lord smiled, and the shapeshifter scout, a touching reunion. With a dismissive gesture, tendrils of darkness lashed out, wrapping around Lyra and Grim, constricting with impossible strength. 7 centuries I've waited, working through dreams, corrupting minds, gathering power. Morpheus continued, drifting closer to Elion. And now, at the moment of my freedom, you arrive exactly as prophecy foretold. You will remain imprisoned, Elion declared, the sigil on his palm blazing. "Will I?" Morpheus laughed. "Do you even understand the price of renewal, young heir? Your ancestor did not tell you everything." Elion hesitated, and Morpheus pressed his advantage. "The seal requires life essence, freely given. Royal blood must be spilled until the heart stops beating." His dark eyes gleamed. "Your life for the world's safety, or," he gestured expansively, "join me instead. With your bloodline's power and my knowledge, we could rule realms beyond imagining." In that moment of doubt, the spectral form of Oberon appeared beside Elion. "He speaks truth about the sacrifice," the Ghost King admitted. But not the whole truth. Guided by his ancestor's spirit, Elion raced down the catacomb stairs, Morpheus's rage-filled scream following him into the darkness. At the bottom, he found a circular chamber where reality itself seemed thin. Objects blurred at the edges, and distant voices whispered from beyond invisible barriers. At the center stood an altar of moonstone, and upon it a small well containing a silvery substance that was neither liquid nor gas. "The essence of the veil itself," Oberon explained. "My father did not die to create the seal, he gave part of his soul, becoming one with the barrier between worlds." Understanding dawned on Elion. "I don't need to die. I need to become the new guardian." "Yes," Oberon nodded. To merge with the veil is to exist between worlds, neither fully alive nor dead. It is eternity in twilight, watching over those you love from beyond their reach." Above, they heard the sounds of battle resuming as Lyra and Grim broke free, fighting to hold back Morpheus and his minions. Elion stepped toward the altar, his decision made. "What must I do?" "Place your marked hand in the well," Oberon instructed. "Elion, surrender to your heritage." As Elion submerged his hand in the swirling essence, pain, unlike anything he had known, coursed through him. The sigil expanded, flowing like liquid fire up his arm and across his body, inscribing ancient runes into his very being. His consciousness expanded outward, touching every corner of Mistral, feeling the weakening seal that held back chaos. With a final human breath, Elion Mistwalker surrendered to his destiny. His physical form dissolved into mist, merging with the very essence of the veil. His awareness scattered and reformed, becoming one with the city and its magical barriers. In the library above, Morpheus howled in fury as the seal renewed itself with blinding light. The Nightmare Lord and his servants were drawn inexorably back toward the rift, pulled by magic older than memory. "This is not the end," Morpheus raged as his form distorted, stretched toward the catacombs. 7 centuries pass in mere moments for beings such as I. "And we will be waiting," came Elion's voice, now resonating from the very walls of Mistral. As dawn broke, the floating city began to fade from mortal sight, returning to its place between dimensions. Lyra and Grim stood at the edge of the now solid mist stairway, watching as their friend became legend. "Will we see him again?" Lyra asked softly. Grim nodded his stone head slowly. "In 777 years, when the veil thins once more." He placed a massive hand gently on her shoulder. "And in dreams, I think. In dreams, he will walk among us still." As Mistral vanished completely behind its veil of mist, shepherds in distant fields looked up to see impossible rainbows stretching across the sky. And that night, all across Ethoria, people slept without nightmares for the first time in years, watched over by a guardian whose sacrifice would be remembered in whispers, in legends, and in the peaceful dreams of a world saved from darkness. Story 5. The twilight over Moria's royal citadel lingered unnaturally long on the eve of the summer solstice, as if the sun itself hesitated to surrender the sky to darkness. Atop the highest tower of Everglow Palace, Captain Gavriel Dawnblade stood sentinel, his silver armor capturing the fading light in a way that made him appear wreathed in living flame. His weathered face, which had witnessed 20 years of service to the throne, bore an expression more troubled than any battle had ever etched upon it. Below him, the once verdant kingdom stretched toward the horizon, a tapestry of withering farmlands, drying riverbeds, and forests whose emerald canopies had dulled to the color of tarnished copper. For 3 moons now, a peculiar blight had crept across Moria, beginning the very night King Eldrin the Wise had fallen into his mysterious slumber. "Captain," came a whisper from the stairwell behind him. Esme, the king's youngest handmaiden, emerged with darting eyes that betrayed her fear of being discovered. "The king requests your presence, immediately, and alone." Gavriel's brow furrowed. "The king is awake." "No, my lord. The Regent King Savalor commands it." Something in her emphasis on the word regent sparked Gavriel's suspicion. The captain followed her not to the throne room, where Savalor, King Eldrin's cousin and appointed steward, typically held court, but through a series of hidden passages that led deep beneath the palace foundations. "The true king awaits," Esme whispered, pressing a stone in the wall that revealed a chamber Gavriel had never known existed. Inside, upon a bed of crystal and silver, lay King Eldrin, not in slumber as the kingdom believed, but very much awake, though alarmingly weakened. "My faithful Gavriel," the king rasped, his once robust voice now thin as autumn mist. "What sits upon my throne is not my cousin, but a shadow wearing his skin." The revelation struck Gavriel like a physical blow. A doppelganger. An illusion. "Darker magics than that," Eldrin replied, forcing himself to sit upright. "The Shadow Realm presses against our own, seeking entry. Its lord has taken Savalor and imprisoned my spirit partially in his domain, tethering me between worlds." He gestured to the crystal beneath him, which pulsed with internal light that seemed to be all that kept the king from fading entirely. "The impostor seeks the crown of shadows, an ancient relic my ancestors hid in the forbidden territories. With it, he can tear the veil between realms completely." Before Gavriel could respond, the chamber door burst open. Royal guards led by Magister Vex, the newly appointed court sorcerer, flooded in with weapons drawn. "Captain Gavriel Dawnblade," Vex intoned, his voice like oil sliding over stone. "You are charged with high treason against Regent King Savalor and conspiracy to usurp the throne of Moria." Esme screamed as a guard seized her. The crystalline bed containing King Eldrin suddenly became translucent, concealing the true king from the intruder's sight. A final protection cast by Eldrin himself, though the effort cost him dearly. Gavriel's hand moved instinctively to his sword, but loyalty to the crown had been ingrained in him too deeply to draw arms against those who wore the royal insignia, even knowing the truth. Instead, he allowed himself to be disarmed. "The Regent will decide your fate at dawn," Vex sneered, his eyes gleaming with unnatural darkness. "Enjoy your final night, Captain." The dungeons beneath Everglow Palace had rarely held political prisoners during Eldrin's reign. Now Gavriel found himself in its deepest cell, the faint glow of enchanted sconces casting long shadows against damp stone walls. He examined the chains binding his wrists, ordinary iron, not the enchanted shackles reserved for sorcerers or creatures of magic, a tactical oversight he intended to exploit. As midnight approached, the lock on his cell door clicked softly. Gavriel tensed, prepared to either seize an opportunity or face execution ahead of schedule. Instead, a hooded figure slipped inside like liquid shadow. "Be silent if you wish to live beyond tomorrow, Captain," came a woman's voice, smooth and commanding despite its hushed tone. Slender hands emerged from voluminous sleeves, producing a vial of midnight blue liquid that the stranger applied to his shackles. The iron hissed and melted away without leaving a mark on his skin. "Who are you?" Gavriel demanded in a whisper. The figure lowered her hood, revealing a woman whose beauty struck Gavriel with the force of a physical blow. Her hair, black as a starless night, framed features that seemed to shift subtly in the dim light, while her eyes reflected the torchlight like pools of liquid silver. "I am Lyra," she answered simply, "and like you, I wish to see the true king restored to his throne." She led him through passages hidden within the very stones of the dungeon, ways that had clearly existed for centuries, yet appeared on no castle schematic Gavriel had ever studied. They emerged not within the city but beyond its walls, in a grove of ancient oaks whose leaves, unlike those of the blighted forests, retained their vibrant emerald hue. "How do you know about King Eldrin?" Gavriel asked, once they were safely concealed within the grove. "The deception has fooled the entire court." Lyra's lips curved in a smile that held more sorrow than mirth. "I know much about shadows, Captain Dawnblade, including those that walk in borrowed flesh." She extended her hand, and the darkness beneath the trees coalesced around her fingers like living silk. "Just as I know the crown of shadows is the key to both Moria's salvation and its potential doom." Gavriel watched the darkness dance across her palm with equal parts wonder and wariness. "You're a shadow weaver. I thought such sorcery died out generations ago." "Some arts are merely hidden," she corrected, "allowing the shadows to dissipate, as is the crown. It lies in the heart of the forbidden territories, guarded by creatures older than Moria itself." "Then that is where we must go," Gavriel stated, determination hardening his voice. "But first, I need weapons and allies I can trust." Lyra's silver eyes studied him with an intensity that made him feel as though she was memorizing every detail of his face. "Bible, trust is a luxury in times of shadow, Captain, but weapons, those I can provide." The forbidden territories stretched along Moria's northern border, a vast expanse of twisted landscapes where reality itself seemed to warp and change with each passing breeze. Forests of crystal trees that chimed with otherworldly melodies gave way to plains where the grass whispered secrets to those foolish enough to listen. Mountains floated among the clouds, their peaks occasionally dipping low enough to scrape the earth below. Gavriel and Lyra had traveled for 7 days, evading patrols sent by the false king and gathering a small band of loyalists along the way. Thorn, a grizzled ranger whose family had served as guardians of the territories for generations. Elindra, a priestess of the divine light, whose healing powers had saved Gavriel's life when a shadow beast's venom had nearly stopped his heart. And Kirin, a young scholar whose knowledge of ancient texts had helped decipher the cryptic map to the crown's location. "The veil thins here," Lyra murmured as they approached a circle of standing stones, each twice the height of a man and carved with spiraling runes that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. The boundary between Moria and the Shadow Realm is particularly fragile. Thorn knelt, pressing his weathered palm against the earth. "Something watches us," he warned. So many somethings. The ground rippled like disturbed water, and from it emerged creatures that defied natural description, part wolf, part shadow, with eyes that contained the cold light of distant stars. They moved with liquid grace, circling the companions with predatory intent. "Shadow wolves," Kirin whispered, clutching his ancient tome to his chest. "The guardians mentioned in the obsidian scrolls." Gavriel drew his sword, a blade Lyra had gifted him, forged of a curious metal that held a constant blue glow and cut through shadows as though they were flesh. The wolves snarled in response, their forms solidifying as they prepared to attack. Before the first creature could lunge, Lyra stepped forward, her arms outstretched. Darkness flowed from her fingertips, not in attack, but in patterns that resembled words in a language too ancient for the others to comprehend. The shadow wolves halted, their star-filled eyes fixed upon her. "What are you doing?" Elindra hissed, her hand gripping her sunburst amulet. "Speaking to them in their own tongue," Lyra responded without breaking the complex gestures. They are guardians, not mindless beasts." To everyone's astonishment, the wolves backed away, creating a path toward the stone circle. One remained, larger than the rest, its form more defined, more permanent than its kin. "It will guide us," Lyra translated, "in exchange for a promise." "What promise?" Gavriel asked, lowering his sword, but not sheathing it. Lyra's silver eyes met his, something unreadable flickering in their depths. "That the crown will be used to restore balance, not to sever the connection between realms completely." The words struck Gavriel as oddly specific, almost as if Lyra had anticipated the request. Still, he nodded his agreement, and the company followed their otherworldly guide deeper into territories no mortal had walked in centuries. The crown of shadows rested upon a pedestal of obsidian at the heart of a vast chamber beneath the standing stones. Unlike its name suggested, the crown emitted its own light, a soft, pulsing radiance that illuminated intricate metalwork woven with gems that seemed to contain entire galaxies within their facets. "It's beautiful," Elindra breathed, her priestess's sensibilities momentarily overwhelming her caution. "And deadly," Kirin added, consulting his tome. "The crown connects its wearer to both realms simultaneously. Only one of divided blood can wear it safely." Gavriel reached for the crown, but Lyra's hand caught his wrist with surprising strength. "It will destroy you," she said, her voice tight with emotion he hadn't heard from her before. "Only someone with essence from both realms can channel its power without being consumed. Someone like the Shadow Lord's heir," came a new voice, cold and triumphant. The false King Savalor stepped from a tear in the air itself, a rift between worlds that leaked shadow stuff into the chamber. Behind him came royal guards, with eyes as black as pitch, their wills clearly no longer their own. "My devoted daughter," the impostor said, extending a hand toward Lyra. "Bring me what is rightfully mine." The revelation hit Gavriel like a physical blow, his hand instinctively tightening on his sword hilt as he looked at Lyra with new understanding and dawning betrayal. "Daughter, you led him here deliberately." Lyra's expression remained unreadable, though something like pain flickered across her features. "My father is the Lord of Shadows, yes. But she has spent too long in your realm. Savalor, or the entity wearing his form, spat, developing attachments, weaknesses I did not anticipate when I sent her to track the crown." "I was sent to find the crown," Lyra acknowledged, meeting Gavriel's accusing stare unflinchingly. "But I've seen what my father's influence has already done to Moria. The withering lands, the dying light. This is not balance, but consumption." "Foolish child," her father snarled. "I did not raise you to develop a conscience." "No," Lyra agreed, a sad smile touching her lips. "Mother did that, before you took me from her." With unexpected swiftness, she seized the crown and placed it upon her own head before anyone could react. Power erupted from the ancient relic, enveloping her in spiraling tendrils of light and darkness that wove together like lovers embracing after a long separation. Lyra rose from the ground, suspended in the confluence of energies as the crown melded with her being. Her voice, when she spoke, resonated with harmonics that echoed from both realms simultaneously. "I am of divided blood, born of shadow, raised in light, and bound to both. The prophecy speaks not of destruction, Father, but of healing." The Shadow Lord roared with fury, abandoning Savalor's form entirely to manifest as a colossus of living darkness with eyes like dying stars. He lunged toward his daughter, but the crown's power held him at bay. "Return to your realm," Lyra commanded, her voice both gentle and unyielding. "There must be balance. There must be both shadow and light for either to have meaning." The rift between worlds widened, but instead of spilling more shadow into Moria, it began drawing the corrupted essence back, including the Shadow Lord himself. He fought against the pull, his form distorting with the effort. "Daughter!" he hissed, his voice like the space between stars. "If I go, part of you must follow. The crown demands balance in all things." Lyra's eyes found Gavriel's across the chamber, and in that moment he saw everything she couldn't say. Regret for her deception, hope for Moria's future, and something else. Something that might have blossomed between them, had fate woven their threads differently. "I know," she answered her father, even as her form began to shimmer with translucence. A foot in each realm, a guardian at the threshold. That is the price of balance. With a sound like the world exhaling, after holding its breath too long, the rift sealed itself. The Shadow Lord vanished, drawn back to his own domain. Lyra remained, but changed, her substance now somewhere between solid and incorporeal. The crown of shadows, no longer an object upon her head, but a part of her very being, its gems now embedded in her brow. "The true king will wake with the dawn," she told Gavriel, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. "The blight will recede. Moria will heal." Gavriel reached for her, but his hand passed through her form. "You knew this would happen from the beginning." "I suspected," she admitted. "The prophecy speaks of sacrifice as the price of balance. Will you cease to exist?" he asked, unable to keep the anguish from his voice despite her deception. Lyra smiled, and for a moment appeared almost solid again. "No, my captain, I will exist in both realms and neither, a guardian of the threshold, ensuring that neither light nor shadow gains dominance over the other." She leaned forward, and though she had no physical substance, Gavriel felt the ghost of a kiss upon his cheek. "Look for me in the space between dusk and darkness," her voice whispered as her form faded from view. "In that twilight moment when both worlds touch, we may meet again." As dawn broke over the forbidden territories, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, Gavriel felt a weight lift from the land itself. Birds sang with renewed vigor, and the withered grass beneath his feet straightened, green life flowing back into its blades. In Everglow Palace, King Eldrin opened his eyes for the first time in 3 moons, and throughout Moria, people lifted their faces toward the light, unaware of how close their world had come to endless shadow, or of the guardian who now stood eternal watch at the boundary between realms, with one foot in darkness and one in light, maintaining the balance that allowed both to exist in harmony. Story 6. Deep within the crystal mountains of Moria, where ancient spires of quartz and amethyst pierce the clouds like the fingers of slumbering giants, the eternal flame had burned without interruption for 1,000 years. Its amber light danced upon the cathedral-like chamber carved from living crystal, casting prismatic rainbows across walls, inscribed with the oldest magic in the realm. The flame was no ordinary fire. It was the beating heart of Moria's magic, the source from which all enchantment flowed like blood through the veins of the land. Until tonight, Arwen Flameheart knelt before the sacred brazier, her trembling fingers extended toward the once mighty conflagration that had dwindled to little more than the flicker of a candle in a storm. Her master, Guardian Thalen, lay cold on the chamber floor behind her, his lifeless eyes still wide with the shock of whatever had struck him down mere hours ago. "No," she whispered, reaching further into the dying embers, feeling the warmth that had once been a scorching blaze. "Please, no." At 20 summers, Arwen was only halfway through her apprenticeship, her guardian's band still copper rather than the silver of a full guardian. Her chestnut hair was pulled back in a practical braid, her face smudged with ash and tears. For 7 years, she had learned the ancient rites of tending the flame, but nothing in Thalen's teachings had prepared her for this catastrophe. The flame sputtered, and with it, Arwen felt a corresponding flicker in the ambient magic that suffused Moria's crystalline heart. Something was draining it, not extinguishing it, but siphoning its power for some unknown purpose. The massive doors to the sanctuary groaned open, startling Arwen to her feet. She expected royal guards, perhaps even Queen Lysaria herself, but instead, a lone figure slipped through the gap. Tall and broad-shouldered, he moved with the silent grace of a predator, though his fine features were marred by a jagged scar that ran from temple to jaw. Arwen seized the ceremonial spear that leaned against the brazier. "Halt! This sanctuary is forbidden to all but the guardians of the flame." The intruder stepped into the fading light, and recognition struck Arwen like a physical blow. Prince Thorin Stormblood, the Queen's nephew, exiled 5 years past for alleged treason against the Crystal Throne. His return meant death, if discovered. "Lower your weapon, apprentice," he said, his voice rough as stone against steel. "If I meant you harm, you would already be joining your master in the afterlife." "Prince Thorin," she acknowledged, the spear still leveled at his heart. "Your presence in Moria is forbidden, let alone in this sacred chamber." A bitter smile twisted his lips. "And yet here I stand, drawn by the same calamity that has you guarding a dying ember instead of a roaring flame." His piercing blue eyes moved to the brazier, narrowing at the sight of the diminished flame. "It's worse than I feared." Before Arwen could respond, the chamber shuddered violently. Crystalline dust rained from the vaulted ceiling, and the meager remains of the flame wavered dangerously. "They're accelerating the drain," Thorin muttered, striding forward despite the spear. "The Watchers won't wait for the solstice after all." The Watchers, Arwen hesitated, the name stirring some distant memory in Thalen's teachings. "The ancient order of mages, they're nothing but legends." "Legends have a way of returning to life in Moria," Thorin interrupted, reaching into his cloak to withdraw a scroll bound in silvery thread. "Mud, just as traitors sometimes serve the throne more faithfully from exile." He unfurled the scroll, revealing a map etched in lines of softly glowing blue. 3 locations pulsed with brighter light, one in the whispering forest to the west, another in the abyssal caverns beneath the southern plains, and the third atop Frost Peak, the tallest mountain in all Moria. "The elemental crystals," Arwen breathed, recognition dawning. "The key stones from which the first guardians kindled the eternal flame," Thorin nodded grimly. "The fire opal of Ignis, the tear of the deep, and the frost diamond. Together, they can rekindle the flame to its full power, or drain it completely." Another tremor shook the chamber, stronger than the first. This time, Arwen felt a cold wind sweep through the sanctuary, not from the open door, but from within the very air itself, as if the fabric of reality had grown thin. "The barriers between worlds weaken," Thorin said, rolling the map closed with practiced movements. "And the Watchers seek to resurrect Morgoth the Fallen, a deity banished by our ancestors when Moria was young." "How do you know all this?" Arwen demanded, finally lowering her spear as the urgency of their situation overcame her suspicion. The exiled prince's expression darkened. "Because I've spent 5 years infiltrating their ranks, gaining their trust while searching for a way to stop them. They believe I seek revenge against the throne that cast me out. Instead, I seek to save what my ancestors swore to protect." For the first time, Arwen noticed the pendant half hidden beneath his cloak, a silver flame identical to the one Thalen had worn, the mark of a guardian's sacred trust. "You were a guardian before you were a prince," she realized aloud, "and still am in my heart." His fingers brushed the pendant. "As you must now become in full measure, not just in training." The flame sputtered again, dimming further. With it, the ambient light throughout the chamber faded, shadows deepening in the corners like gathering predators. "There's no time for a proper succession," Thorin continued urgently. "Adu, if you are to become the last guardian, it must be now, incomplete as your training may be." Arwen felt the weight of 1,000 years of tradition pressing upon her shoulders. "The ritual requires the flame to bestow its blessing. In this state, not the flame itself, but its essence within its caretaker." Thorin knelt beside Thalen's body and gently closed the dead guardian's eyes. "His final gift awaits your acceptance." Understanding dawned like the first rays of sunrise over the crystal mountains. With trembling hands, Arwen removed the silver pendant from her master's neck and placed it around her own. Immediately, warmth spread through her body, and knowledge unfurled in her mind like a blooming flower, secrets of the flame that Thalen had carried but never spoken, truths about Moria's founding too profound for casual telling. "But we must secure the crystals before the Watchers," she said, her voice steadier now, strengthened by the power and responsibility she had accepted. "The winter solstice is only 10 days hence." 9, Thorin corrected grimly. "And the Watchers have a head start, and a leader whose cunning is matched only by his ambition." The whispering forest stretched before them like an ancient sea frozen in mid-wave, its massive trees swaying not with wind, but with their own secret rhythms. 3 days had passed since they had left the sanctuary, traveling by hidden paths known only to guardians and royal blood. The flame had been secured in a special lantern that hung at Arwen's hip, its diminished light protected by layers of enchantment. "The fire opal lies at the heart of the Ember Grove," Thorin explained as they followed a nearly invisible path between trees wider than village cottages, a clearing where the forest's eldest trees gather in council. "Trees don't hold council," Arwen objected, though without much conviction. After all that had happened, her certainty about the world's workings had been profoundly shaken. Thorin's smile held no humor. "In Moria, apprentice, even the stones whisper secrets if one knows how to listen." As if summoned by his words, a subtle change came over the forest around them. The constant susurration of leaves took on patterns that resembled speech, nonsensical at first, then gradually resolving into fragmented words. "Danger. Watchers. Flame-bearer." Thorin halted, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. The blade gleamed with a blue-white radiance that illuminated the surrounding trees with ghostly light. "Frostbane," Arwen recognized the legendary weapon, the sword of the royal line, said to be forged from a fallen star. One of many truths hidden beneath layers of myth, Thorin replied, scanning the deepening shadows between the ancient trunks. Yet the star was real, but it was no mere celestial body. It was the crystallized tear of Lunari, goddess of the moon, shed when her lover Solaran was banished to the outer void. Before Arwen could respond, a figure stepped from behind a massive oak, then another and another, until a dozen robed forms surrounded them. Each wore a mask carved from bone, depicting the stylized visage of an owl. Each carried a staff, topped with a shard of black crystal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The Watchers, Thorin confirmed in a whisper. The tallest among them stepped forward, his mask more elaborate than the others, adorned with silver filigree that caught the fading daylight. When he spoke, his voice reverberated with unnatural harmonics, as if multiple voices spoke in perfect unison. "You're the exiled prince and the apprentice guardian," he intoned. "How convenient to find both thorns in our side together." "You'll not claim the fire opal," Thorin answered. Frostbane raised defensively before him. "Your god will remain in his prison where he belongs." The leader's laughter chilled Arwen's blood. "Still so righteous, Prince Thorin? Still so certain of your place in this tale?" He reached up and slowly removed his mask. The face beneath was handsome and young, perhaps 5 years older than Arwen herself, with eyes the same emerald green as her own, set in features she had known since childhood. "Darian," she breathed, disbelief and horror mingling in her voice. "Hello, little sister," he replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "It's been too long since you saw me off to the Royal Academy. I've learned so much since then, including the truth about our so-called benevolent guardians and the power they've hoarded for a millennium." Thorin's head snapped toward Arwen. "Your brother?" "My brother who disappeared 3 years ago," she answered, her voice hollow with shock. "Presumed dead in an expedition to the outer reaches." "Reborn," Darian corrected, enlightened to the truth that the eternal flame was never meant to be contained, but shared. Morgoth the Fallen was Morgoth the Generous, seeking to give magic to all, not just a chosen few. His gaze hardened. "Join us, Arwen. The flame's power should not be hoarded by guardians and royalty while common folk struggle without its gifts." For one breathless moment, doubt flickered in Arwen's heart. What if Darian spoke truth? What if the traditions she had sworn to uphold were built on ancient injustice? But then she felt the flame's essence within her pendant, sensed its fundamental nature, not a tool for personal power, but a sacred trust that maintained the balance of magic throughout Moria. Its containment wasn't hoarding. It was necessary stewardship of a force too primal to be wielded by unprepared hands. "The flame sustains all of Moria indirectly," she replied, finding strength in newfound conviction. "I release it, and you'll not create paradise but chaos. And Morgoth, brother, can't you feel the cold emptiness behind his promises? He doesn't seek to elevate humanity, but to consume magic for himself." Darian's expression hardened into something unrecognizable, something that made Arwen wonder how much of her brother remained within the Watcher he had become. "Then we stand opposed," he said flatly. "A pity. I had hoped to spare you when the new age dawns." He replaced his mask and raised his staff. The black crystal at its tip pulsed with negative light, drawing shadows toward it like water down a drain. "The fire opal will be ours," he proclaimed, "and then the tear of the deep, and finally the frost diamond. By solstice night, Morgoth will walk Moria once more, and a new era of power will begin." Thorin shifted stance, placing himself between Arwen and the circle of Watchers. "You'll need to go through me first, Watcher." "With pleasure," False prince. Darian made a sharp gesture, and the watchers began to chant in a language that scratched at the edges of comprehension, ancient and profane. As darkness gathered and the final confrontation loomed, Arwen felt the weight of her newfound responsibility settle upon her shoulders. The last guardian of a dying flame, standing against her own blood, fighting for the soul of Moria itself. 10 days until the solstice. 3 crystals to reclaim, and her brother, transformed into something she barely recognized, leading those who would tear down everything she had sworn to protect. The eternal flame flickered in its enchanted lantern, but within Arwen's heart a different fire kindled, one fueled by determination, duty, and the desperate hope that somewhere within the Watcher's mask, her brother might yet be saved. As Thorin raised Frostbane high, its light cutting through the gathering shadows, Arwen made her choice and stepped forward to face her destiny.